Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome back to another live stream. Uh Part 2 of basically what we did last time. Um Running the Canadian mountain passes. We're going to run it from where we stopped in Beaver's Mouth all the way to I believe it's Eldon. Um Looking forward to it. Might be a short stream tonight. Bad weather's coming and it may knock out our power. So we'll see what happens there. We'll have to play it by ear on that one. If it does kill the power, not gonna restart the stream or the scenario just because we're gonna lose what we've accomplished. So keep that in mind. Might be a short stream, but let's get into the game. That's not right. Oh, there we are. We're in. We're in. Right, we are in game. I've actually been sitting for a little while, kind of getting everything ready in game. So, put some sounds in game. So we're shut down at the moment. Once we put the reverser into forward, we will get all of our units online, and we will set off. But I'm just gonna go ahead and set the locomotive up right now. Happen to know the length on this train is 7,724 feet. A little bit different train than we ran last time. I added a few different cars, took out some of the, I think it's the 5511 hoppers. I think that's what it is. Might be 8811. I don't remember. And swapped them for some tank cars. There's a little bit of a braking issues with those hoppers where they don't apply the correct amount of braking force. So it's really hard to control the train, even though we're really not going to be doing any downhill runs this time. Just went ahead and swapped those out, just to have a little bit more control over the train. Searchlight Simulations is aware of the issue. They're the ones who actually told me about it last stream. So just swap those cars out, hopefully to take care of that problem, and should be a little bit easier. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was getting the train ready. Setting the length counter. Change length. Enter length. 77. I think it's 7724. We'll pull up the information sheet here in a second and double check. There we go. Enter. Is it Control Shift I or is it Control I? It's Control I. Yep, 7724. I was right. Always. Let's see. So as soon as we put that reverser into forward, mess with my keyboard there. Once we put the reverser into forward, we will get our unit fired up. And the GEs are coming online too. Right, units are online. So, let's get the air knocked off. Hello everyone who's watching, feel free to chat in the chat. That's where you typically chat. ask any questions, talk amongst yourself. And I think Jaden Daniels might have just won the Heisman. How are we doing on the air? We're still coming up here. Alright, we're getting there. Need the rear to get to about 85, and then we can take off. I am going to grab something real quick. Alright, where are we at? Okay, we're good to go now. Just checking something real quick. Give me 1 second. If anyone's watching, how's the volume? Alright, so it sounds like I might be a little loud. That'll probably change. Turn the game up. Down a little bit. Alright, let's get moving. So brakes are completely off. Interior sounds on this locomotive are pretty quiet. Just real quick. Alright, that should make the audio gate a little bit smoother. Alright, we got move on the end. We're gonna take out some air. We'll go ahead and just get it all off there. give it another notch of power. Another notch, and we'll turn that bell off. Gaining speed pretty good, I think. Everything looks good on the stream. Need you guys to let me know if the volume levels get a little wonky. Let's go outside for a second. Ah. AC 4400s are loud. So I don't think, even though we only went 60 miles in the first part, I don't think going this last 90 miles will take as long, just because the speeds are much higher. So there's actually two 50-mile-per-hour speed zones in this run that we didn't have the additional run, the additional previous. I don't know why my words got so mixed up there. But the previous run, everything was pretty much 30 to 25 miles an hour. This one will be mostly 35 to 50 miles an hour, and I think it'll drop down to 25 once we actually get in the passes towards the loops. I think it drops all the way down to 20, but it really doesn't take you that long to get there. So probably going to be another, say, 4-hour-ish run, maybe a little less, probably a little less. We'll see. I don't think it'll take too long. Like I said, it may take a lot less long because I think I might lose power here soon. So we'll see how that goes. Should be interesting. Used to never lose power, and then ever since the hurricane, seems like every time we get a strong wind, power's gone. Alright, we'll bump it up to... we'll keep it a notch 5. We're still gaining speed. I think we're on just a very slight downhill right here, so once we get on the flat, we'll start slowing down a little bit, notch 5. Once we jump it up to notch 6, it'll jump up to 35 miles an hour real quick. And then so next week, I might stream sometime during the week. I have a wheel stand coming in for sim racing, because I like to do a little bit of sim racing, Nobody wants to watch that. This is a train YouTube channel, but I might go ahead and stream that just because I like driving it, and if you're playing it, why not stream it? I talk to myself enough as is, might as well get somebody to listen. Potentially, probably not though. Moving along pretty good here. Jumping up to about 84. 84? Holy crap, I wish. 34 miles an hour. Getting about 84 frames per second. I think that's where the slip came from. I think I upped my field of view a little bit since the last stream, so you should be able to see a little bit more of the dash on this locomotive. See the screens a little bit better. Turn on our lights here. There's the idle down for the engines. EMD thing. Did I say idle down? Run down. It's not idling. I don't know what the technical name for it is, to be honest with you. For EMD has some super long name they call it. Yeah, we can turn those lights off. At least the light casting. Start gaining speed here. Notch 7, do your thing. Didn't have to go into notch 8. Give it a second, it'll jump up. Always does. Sometimes the physics with these things can be a little odd, especially whenever it comes to turns. The Searchlight engines do not like curves. There we go, now we're up to 34 miles an hour. Gaining speed pretty quickly. I think it jumps up to a 1.5% gradient up here, something like that. I don't remember. Looks like it does anyway. have an affirmative on the thunder outside. Weather's probably about to get bad. We'll see. Which will go out first, my internet or the electricity? Oh yeah, we're getting into the thick of it now. Bump it up to notch 7 again, get us back up to track speed. A little bit too much. A little bit too much. Okay, we're very much speeding up for some reason. Might hear a rumble of thunder here in a second. Don't be alarmed. Perfectly normal. Severe weather for December in Louisiana. Why are we still speeding? Slow down, train. What a dilemma. I always spam the alert or reset button for some reason. Need more notch now for some reason. The way the grades work in this sim don't always make sense. Oh shoot, we got a 25 limit coming up, but we ain't making that. Ain't making that. Put it in a setup here. Yeah, we're in setup. I think it jumps down to 25. You take an S-bend up here, and then it jumps back up to 30. Yeah. My route knowledge has a little bit to be desired. Thanks to everyone who's dropped likes so far. I always seem to get a few likes on these streams, which is really nice. Alright. There we go. soon as we get that. Alright, we'll go ahead and hit that. Now we'll know when the end of our train reaches that speed limit, and we can increase our speed accordingly. That's how they do it in real life. Use a countdown feature on the length counter that tells them when they have actually entered the speed limit zone, or speed zone, track limit, whatever. Oh yeah, we in it now. We in the bad weather. Take a look at the window and see what we see. Oh wow, it's dark outside. Don't see anything. That's a shocker. That is genius. Give ourselves some more throttle here. Don't exactly know how many people are down to watch a 4-hour long stream. I get most of the views on these things after I'm finished streaming, so we'll see how that goes. That's pretty cool looking. I'm gaining speed though. Alright, we need dynamic brakes. Yeah, that does look pretty cool. We're also about to enter our higher speed zones. It did not count it down for some reason. Oh yeah, it did. Oh yeah, I set it at the 35 mark because it didn't make sense to put it at the 40. There it goes. We'll go ahead and we'll reset the counter again at this 50 ward. Give it a little 10-second wait, and then we'll put it back into like notch 2 just to pull out the slack. We'll put it in notch 3 actually, I lied. And once we reach this 50 board, we'll reset our length counter here, and it'll tell us whenever we're actually in that 50 speed limit. Getting wild, wet, and wacky outside right now. I can hear it. Ah. There we go. We're actually at 35 now. We can increase our speed. Wasn't paying attention. ABS is picking up that thunder. No, it's not. Be cool if it was, though. Put in the notch 6. Let's get moving. Oh, it picked up that. I'm gonna do something I really shouldn't do and mess with the audio. For an older route, this doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad at all. I think this route's 8 or 9 years old now. Of course, I'm on an updated version of it, so that helps. But, I mean, it's the kind of thing that helps these routes withstand the test of time, is, you know, community updates and whatnot. Go ahead and put in a notch 8. We're not even close to 45, so coming up to that 50 zone really quickly. That scared the shit out of me. That was loud. Yeah, we're gonna lose. We're definitely losing power here in a second. 100%. This is gonna be a short stream. We're only 40 minutes in. That was close. I'm gonna rewatch that on my phone real quick. Oh my goodness. No bueno. It was so loud on stream. It was so loud on stream. That is insane. That is hilarious. Why are we not picking up speed? I got this train up to freaking 50 miles an hour easy. Not that long ago. Sometimes you gotta take it out of notch 8 and let it slow down a little bit and then slam it back into notch 8, and for some reason it'll pick up speed more that way. I don't know why, but that's the way it is. I know there's like a weird 40 mile per hour speed limit up here. Yeah, it's getting it out there. Tell you what. Yeah, see, look, it's picking up speed now. So weird. I don't know if the defect detector's working or not. I feel like I haven't heard it. I feel like we should have hit one right after we left, and we didn't. Yeah, line's still right on top of us weather-wise. Oh yeah, there's that 45 that I'm not gonna make. The one that I was talking about just a second ago. We'll just put it back to idle. It is getting it out there right now. Ooh, we had a flicker. Make sure the stream's still up. Still 0 dropped frames, we're golden. Yeah, we definitely should have heard a defect detector by now, and we have not. I don't think they're working. Might be something specifically with this locomotive. Number 6644. Clear back up to 50. Oh, hello. God damn. How did we slow down so quickly? That's alright. We are absolutely blasting along right now at a steady 49.8 miles an hour. We'll call it 50. And then after we're done with this run, I don't know what we'll run next time in Train Sim. Hopefully next time we're running with some new Searchlight Simulations equipment. Getting excited to spend some money on that stuff. If it's the NS SD70ACU, I guess we'll have to run it on the Bergen line, which is a free route on the workshop. Hey, there's a defect detector.
No defects. Repeat. No defects. Total axle 5. 1, 2. Total cars 1, 2, 5. Temperature 86 degrees. Out.
Notch 7's perfect. Oh, well, never mind. It's not perfect anymore. We're killing some miles right now. So last stream, it took us 3 hours to go 60 miles. This stream, we are 48 minutes in and we've already done 20 miles. So it's looking good. Until we hit the slow stuff. That was not the button I wanted to hit. That's pretty cool. Hop back in the cab here. If everything's still sounding good on stream, give it another notch. Yep, everything seems good to me. I know you're not going to be able to hear me outside the train, but that's not really the point. Alright, it seems like most of the bad weather's past us now. We should be clear. We will... Eldon, I think is the name of it. That's not what I wanted to do. Where's their destination? Yep, Eldon. Eldon is indeed the name of the place we are going. There's a whistle board there, but it's like a whole mile away from the crossing. It's so weird. And this route, not every crossing has a whistle board, strangely enough. There's a 25 limit coming up, so we're going to go ahead and just throttle down. Our brakes into setup. Okay, we're coming up on that 25 really quickly. Alright, we're getting woed up here pretty good. I don't know if we're getting woed up good enough. But I think it goes down to 35 and then immediately right back down to go ahead and make a minimum reduction. Alright. We will make that speed limit now. If anyone's wondering, that squeaking that you hear, it's in game and it's basically simulating. These have isolation cabs, so the cabs have their own suspension and they squeak when the suspension's activating. Yeah, so what that squeaking noise is coming from. I've driven this locomotive enough times that I kind of just tone it out. We are officially over an hour now into the stream, and we have traversed around 30 miles. Our progression from this point forth, will be much slower. Our next kind of big area that we'll be getting into is going to be field, which is all the way over here. It's quite a long ways away. But it's still within map view, so it's not too bad. The other day we started off over here, went to Beaver's Mouth, which is right here. Right? Nope, over here. We've already traversed all this so far this stream. And we'll be making it to the tunnels, at least today, to the spiral tunnels. This part of the route kind of reminds me of Feather River Canyon, which is another route I really like. Which they have an updated version of it. I will eventually get it. We may run that one day, especially when the AC 4400 CW comes out in the UP skin. Or rather, the UP configuration would be a more correct term. Come on, one person who's watching. Chat something. Break the ice. Be social. I don't think we've quite been going for an hour. I think this scenario starts at 9 in-game time. So, you know, we've gone almost 30 miles in, I think, less than an hour. Quite a bit less than an hour if I were to guess. Like I said, I don't think... Once you get to this part, your progression through this really slows down. You get back in the hills and turns and stuff. Let's see. Rewind here and see what in-game time we started at. In-game time we started at 9:54. Okay, so we've almost been going for an hour. Give it another notch of throttle. Almost put us in the penalty there. Alright, we're on a 2% grade now. We'll go ahead and just add another notch here. As the back end of our train gets onto this grade right here, we're gonna really need to notch up the throttle to keep up with the grade. Obviously. I don't think that could be any more obvious. Then again, we may not. You never know with this game. We're gaining speed now. Let's see if we can get back up to 25 and notch 6.
Rail detector milepost 30.2. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Total axle 512. Total cars 125. Temperature 87 degrees out.
Could do the radio, but I don't know if I want to listen to radio chatter. Through that whole storm, did not drop a frame. That's pretty good. Oh, we're speeding though. Look at that bridge up there. That is impressive engineering right there. adjusting my mic there is in the way. You're speeding up again. What is going on? Why is it doing that? I guess that's the slack. That's definitely the slack. Whew. I'm not paying attention. But yeah, gotta get some speed up. We're never making it to the end of this route. Leveling off again. Part of the route, everything kind of goes up and down and up and down and up and down. Should have put some more trains down. Like my sounds are kind of messed up in cab. Jump to the next tile. All the terrain data. Pretty cool. Just kind of stuck in between notches right now. Nothing's really holding the speed and really all that well. Wonder if that's pronounced Palliser or Palisade. Ain't doing too bad though. Alright, cool. We got a 30 coming up. Cover a little bit more trackage. Hell, if we stay at 30 the whole time, we'll cover the rest of this route in less than 2 hours. Nah, but it's gonna take about another 2 hours to get to Eldon. We got this 30 coming up, and then after this, I think it stays 30 or 35 until we get all the way to field. And after field, it's gonna jump down to 20 to go through the loops, which the loops are on a 2.2% gradient, so you know, you're not gonna be flying through there anyway. Where are we at now? We're getting there. For the most part. Once we get to this 30, once we're all the way in this 30, you know, it'll start going by a little bit faster. Oh, what the hell? Why? Why does this keep happening? Is he gonna slam back into me? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I know. Problem is the back end of the train is pushing me. I do not understand what keeps causing my locomotives to decouple. I don't get it. The sim has done this, I feel like, for years now. It's so sporadic. I ran this whole thing the other day without this happening, and for some reason the last 2 times I run it, freaking uncouples me for no reason. And it's a bitch to get coupled back up. I don't understand why it does this. But if you look right now, these 2 locomotives are not coupled. I don't want to couple them right now. Let's see, are we good to go? Why? That'll recharge quickly. Only got 2 locomotives. I just don't get it, man. Alright. can go full immersion mode and just say we broke a knuckle, but that would not happen on a locomotive. You wouldn't break the couple between two locomotives, or break the knuckle between two locomotives. I don't know why this game keeps doing that, but it does. Very annoying. For some reason it keeps on wanting to act like the Independence one, like it just comes to a dead stop for no reason. Ah, just work. Alright, that's enough train sim weirdness for today. Let's try to get this thing moving again. Gotta wait for the brakes to come off. Oh man, I hope it doesn't do this again. This is so irritating. Go ahead and make an application. And release it. There we go, now we're building pressure on the rear. Rear's not moving, so good. Front's gonna start moving here though, so we'll have to stretch them. Yeah, 7 pounds of air on the end ain't helping nobody, but that's what an emergency brake application looks like. Oh man, this game. It's gonna take 10 minutes for these brakes to come off, but you know what? We're just gonna pull them. You know, we're at 90 on the front. Screw it. Oh, I'm still in reverse. Whoops. Don't want to do that. Don't worry, we'll stop real quick. See what we can get away with here. See if the rear will actually let the train move. We got a lot of slack to pull out. since I just bunched it all up. See if the OT moves. It does. Screw it. Good enough for me. Those rail squeaking noises are cool. Good thing is, the more throttle we give it, the faster the brakes on the rear will release. So, if in doubt, throttle out, right? Definitely not. Part of me thinks I'm like hitting the wrong key binding or something, like, but I just don't think so. I can check. Keyboard layout. Coupling camera 6. Manual couple is Control Shift and C. I don't think I'm hitting that. I don't see where that would be happening. And I have a feeling that's a problem with the game and not necessarily the locomotive. I don't see how their scripting would do that, because it doesn't matter if I'm driving the AC4400 or this train or the SD70ACU, it still does it. And it can really screw you if you're on a steep hill, especially if you're descending a steep hill. Man, once that train comes uncoupled and you go into an emergency, you're done. You're losing control. On a 2.2% gradient, you are toast. You'll be going 50 miles an hour before you even know it. Especially if you're using the Gunderson covered hoppers, you are you are done before your emergency brakes even applied, because they're not really possible to control on a steep gradient. But now we got that little fiasco taken care of. We got 53 pounds on the rear. It still hasn't released, but we're getting it. We'll just pull it. Screw it. I ain't waiting all day for them brakes to release on the back end because the game did something stupid. See, we got at least one person watching. Feel free to chat in the chat section. Let me know how the stream looks, how the volume is, all that good stuff. Alright, so it's going to take a little bit longer. The roll fan, Zach production looks good, smooth, and the volume is perfect. Alright, cool deal. Thanks for chatting. Yeah, we just had a little situation. For some reason, the second locomotive in the consist decoupled from the third for no reason. Sent us into emergency. But we're getting close to having the brakes released on the rear. Although, driving like they're released, so not too concerned about it. We're reaching a 2.3% gradient. So look, if it would have uncoupled itself on this 2% grade, you bet we'd be going back in reverse as an uncontrolled movement. Guarantee it. It's this game, man. Every once in a while it just does something super weird. Crossing coming up. Alright, we're losing speed here. Yeah, it's so weird. I'm guessing it's something to do with the game and not any of the locomotive scripting. Looks like we're gonna have to go all the way into notch 8 for this hill. Was that leech oil? A weird name for a town. Getting closer. So, in case you weren't here, we started right up here at Beaver's Mouth. Right here, in fact. And we've made it all the way over here. We've gone about 40 miles in about an hour and a half. So just to preface this, we're running a mixed manifest freight from Beaver's Mouth to Eldon. We're about 7,700 feet, a little over a mile and a half. And I know we're 1.6 horsepower per ton, 11,031 tons. So it's not a light train by any stretch of the imagination. And this hill is definitely challenging us. It is not liking it. And we have... the air brakes have released on the end of the train. I bet if I go down a notch 6 and then throw it back into notch 7, I bet we gain a bunch of speed. Not exactly. In this situation, with it decoupling between two locomotives, you would never have that much force pulling in between two locomotives. If you were to break one, it's usually somewhere near the front of the train if you're just pulling too hard. And, you know, we were in a 25 on a 0.5% gradient, so, you know, we were pulling like, I'd say, tractive effort about think it was like 13 or something like that whenever it broke. Go back and check. Yeah, so we were only pulling 17. £17,000. But, and I don't think Train Sim really has any realistic like knuckle coupler simulation, so it's just a weird glitch in the game that just makes it randomly decouple for no reason. And you bet that's never getting fixed. Yeah, brother, I can tell you this game is far from perfect. But we got good devs like Searchlight Simulation, Smokebox, make good products. Why I keep using this game. Gotta support the guys who do good work. Yeah, Railrunner looks interesting. I haven't gotten to play it. I played TSW. I had it whenever they originally came out in 2016 and played it all the way up until it was Train Sim 2020. And man, just something about the game. It just there's the scenarios really aren't that interesting, and the game to me just felt boring. And I haven't bought any of the newer ones just because I'm not going to spend $40 on a game now just to have another one come out 2 years later that I have to pay to upgrade to. TSW is kind of a mess at the moment. They need to, if they would have done it the right way, they would have focused on updating the game, basically done like what they did with Euro Truck Simulator 2, how SES does that one, and how they always did Railworks. Train Sim, Classic, which is you update the game every year, and then it's an option whether you want to buy the new content or just get the update, and focused on coming out with DLCs, and it's just a mess. They ruined that game. It was they started making improvements on it, and then they kind of just went back to their old ways, but it's what's making them money, so they're not going to stop anytime soon. To be honest, I'm waiting for the Searchlight stuff to come out in SimRail. I think that'll be a real turning point for kind of the Train Sim community, because that game's got a really good physics basis, and then with the Searchlight content, you know is going to be good. Then you know they're going to put a lot of effort into it. I think that's going to be the deal whenever it comes out. But until then, we got, you know, decent content in this game, so this is still going to be my choice for train simulation. Yeah, I haven't played it either. I'm not a huge fan of the European content, so I just haven't invested any money in it. Once the Searchlight stuff comes out for it, I will buy it as soon as it does. You didn't have to delete your message there. I mean, everybody has their own opinion. I would actually like to try the British and German content in Train Sim World. That stuff looks good. The US content for me, you know, being used to Searchlight stuff just doesn't look all that great. But the British and European content, like that Vectron locomotive, looks pretty good. Like, it's got pretty decent sounds, and that new Just Trains route that came out, I don't remember what it's called, but that actually looks really good as well. But train sim stuff is just such a side hobby for me. You know, I'm not gonna spend. Yeah, like that stuff looks good. It's just the US content. They just can't, they haven't nailed it down. What we want, and I feel like I could kind of speak for the whole community here, is at least a 100-mile route. Gotta have at least a 100-mile route. That's, we like doing long runs. You look at the routes in Train Sim that have done really well. Stevens Pass, Mariah's Pass, Montana Highline, they're all 100 plus miles, and it kind of gives you the most gameplay. Second, we got to have long trains. We need to run 60 plus car long trains, really 80 plus car long trains to really get that immersion. And then just a little bit more effort into the sound development on those things. Like the new ES44s that came out with the Cajon Pass. Exterior, they looked great. The interior of the cab looked decent, but whenever it came to the screens, it was an EMD screen and a GE locomotive, or it was like a hybrid between the two. It didn't look good. Like they used photos to make that cab. They couldn't do the screens right. I don't know. It just didn't really make sense to me. But kind of par for the course for North American content for DTG. They just cannot get it right. And then their second developer in Train Sim World being Skyhook Games is just not a good match. Skyhook Games doesn't do North American content justice. Look at the Livonia sub for Train Sim Classic. It's not that great. Not the worst route in the world, but getting close. Well, like, even with North American content from DTG lately, it's been terrible. Tehachapi Pass for Train Sim Classic. Buy it, it's got broken signals, it's got no speed limit boards on the side of the track, it's got the wrong crossings. The scenery's decent, and the track work is accurate. It's just the things that make the route playable don't work. Can't immerse yourself without, you know, if I can't take the HUD off and see what the speed limits are, what's the point? Can't do route learning like that. But I'm partial to Tehachapi Pass because I like Tehachapi Pass as a route. Now, there are some good North American content developer. Let me double check. What's the name of that developer? Milepost Simulation does some really, really good routes. As a matter of fact, this is one of their routes. Of course, it's been updated added the G-Tracks textures from the Highline, better signals, better scenery. But the route bases itself for how old it is actually pretty good. But every time Train Sim World goes on sale, I'm like, I'm about to buy it, and then I just take it out of the cart. I can't do it. And I really should buy it so that if I do complain about it, I am justified in it if I don't like it. But the last time I played it, man, it just didn't do it for me.
Temperature 8 degrees out.
Old defect detector. Nice touch on this route. They added the compatibility with the Searchlight Simulation defect detector. It's really cool. And I think they, Woody was in the stream chat the other day, and I think they were trying to get an updated voice pack for the defect detector to add the actual CP and UP voices to the defect detectors. So that, and he dropped a few hints there. He said something along the lines of they're hoping to get their work in progress list a little shorter soon. I don't know what soon is for them, but God, I hope it's soon. Been waiting for that UP AC4400 CW for a long time now. Kinda glad I didn't pre-order it. But wouldn't have mattered if I did pre-order it or not. I'm still gonna buy it whenever it comes out. That and that passenger equipment they're gonna come out with is gonna be really cool. Yep, to me, well, I pre-ordered it because it should have been out a long time ago. They're working on it. But the game has changed a lot in the last few months, and it's set them back on that kind of stuff. Plus, they've got other stuff in the queue. They had to, I believe they had to postpone the AC4400 because they were commissioned by Canadian Pacific to make the SD70ACU. And once they made the CP version, well, you gotta make the NS version. So we'll probably see the Norfolk Southern one come out first. The Norfolk Southern SD70ACU. And then more than likely after that, we'll either get the AC4400 and then the passenger equipment is probably going to be the next one to come out. And at some point we'll get Freight Car Pack 3, which I think he said whenever he was in here that Freight Car Pack 3 may, once they come out with that, they'll have scenarios for the CP SD70ACU on this route, the updated version of Canadian mountain passes. Looking forward to that. I like their scenarios. They do good with the scenarios. I wish they would have done scenarios with the BNSF ST40-2s when they came out, but they did not. Yeah, that stuff's gonna be fun whenever it comes out. But you know, they got a lot of stuff they're working on right now. I'm hoping sometime before the beginning of next year, so before the January 1st, hopefully they'll have some out by then. I have a feeling they will. I was watching a stream the other day of Woody working on the NS SD70ACU, and it looked pretty close. I imagine they're gonna have it out in beta here soon, and once they get it in beta, you're looking at probably 3 weeks to about a month and a half, I'd say, before it comes out. Usually how that goes. It wasn't how it was with the Canadian Pacific AC4400. That thing was in beta for a long time before it came out, but I know the ACUs, the CP ACUs, weren't in beta for that long. So once those NS SD70 ACUs go into beta, it will not be long, I don't think. All speculation here, of course. I just want to see the UP AC4400 in game. I just want to see one screenshot. We know it exists. I'll be happy. He said they're working on it, and I believe him. I think it's a lot of the cab stuff they're working on for that one. Speeding. How close are we to field? I wish it would give you how far you are away from things that are in your path, like sightings or signals. Not just down here. That'd be neat. I want to know how far away I am from field. But we're only 40 miles out from the end of the route, from the end of this run, so 30 miles an hour. Somebody else can do the math, but it shouldn't be too long. Say about an hour and a half. cool thing about what the NS SD70ACU is going to add is it means we'll have every configuration of an ACU in-game. So the only two people who operate them are Canadian Pacific and Norfolk Southern, and we'll have every livery and every configuration, which will be pretty neat. Don't know. We are running the D-Day livery in this ACU. Reduce speed up ahead. Probably going down to 25. I had to guess 25 or 20, one of the two. Imagine when we go to single track. Getting close to field. We get close to field, we will be in the spiral tunnels. Once you get through the spiral tunnels, you're really close to the end of the route. We're not too far away. Probably went a little aggressive on the throttle down. 25. And it looks like we go right back up to 30. Once we get past this. This is it. Okay. Some of the speed limits are weird on this route. That might be a cool shot right there. Oof, ignore that. Nice. Board, we'll get ready on our distance counter here.
Alright, clear 2016, 1153, accurate.
There we go. That'll beep us when we're actually in the within the speed limit.
7023 east, north of the east, CST sound exception, heading home position, 570.
only a couple bends away. I would consider once we get to Fields kind of the home stretch, if you will. Really, the home stretch is once you get past the spiral tunnels. Then you're really getting to the home stretch.
CPKC, DNH dispatcher. Okay, 7023 East Coast. CP7023 East is complete by the East DST Sonic. Switch heading here to track number 2018 2018 1205 1205. DJM is exit. ACST Sonic switch heading. Oh, okay.
Getting close to being within that 30 track limit.
MC66, the first one's in St. Cloud, the second one's back and right. Over.
Zero info Y. Check it.
Huh. I feel like that distance counter is not entirely accurate. I don't know why I put it in a notch 8.
Good on the top rail for the rear of it.
Back up to 30.
CB8851 West, complete by an East DST Sonic switch heading. East Sonic switch heading in reverse position. Clear track for number 2016 2016 1153 115 DJM. Alright, clear 2016 1153. Carry. The 7023 East reports at the East DST Sonic switch heading normal position by numbers. Alright, East Sonic switch heading normal position.
There we go, picking up speed again. Gets back up to 30. Notch 5 should be fine for that, I would think. Might be a little too much. Yeah.
CPKC, DNH dispatcher. 7023 East Coast. CP7023 East is complete by the ECSC Sonic switch and heading here. Track number 2018-2018-1205, 1205. BJM, is that correct? ECSC Sonic switch heading, cool, okay.
We've now entered field, so means we are getting close to the spiral tunnels.
Second one, back and right.
Spiral tunnels are probably about 30 minutes out. Once we get past field, we will get onto what they call Field Hill, which runs anywhere from about a 1.9 to a 2% gradient. We'll be going uphill. If we're going the other way, you'd be going downhill, and that is a navigating that section of railroad downhill down that 2.2% gradient is very, very challenging. Once you get past going up it though, once you get past it, the gradients I don't think are too steep going down the other side of it. I think it's only about a 1.5 to a 1% gradient. I think, I don't remember exactly, so we'll see how it goes. But I swapped out some cars on this train specifically to have a little bit better braking force. So we'll see how we do. I know we need to get down to this speed limit here.
Alright, clear 2016 1153, carry. The 7023 East reports at the ECSC Sonic switch and heading north pushed by Brzezinski.
Alright, here we go. Entering into the yard. Go past the
Alright, Sonic switch and heading north position.
crew cabin at field up here a little ways, and the depot. Frame rates here are not so great. So over here is the depot, and then across the tracks right about here, I believe, is the kind of the crew quarters where the crews sleep before they take over trains, because field is a crew change point on this particular line. I believe this is the CPKC Lagan sub. Either this building right here or this building over here, but I believe it's this building right here. I think they call that a crew hut. Oh, that's a wall. Get on the side. Frame up this shot like this. There we go. Perfect. Nice. Getting on to the gradient now. This is the line up to the famous spiral loops. Really not very far from it. Yeah, the spiral loops are crazy. They look a little bit more impressive on the map than I feel like they do in person, since you stay inside of the rock most of the time. But loops are always cool. Anytime you have a loop on a route, pretty cool. You get to actually, and because we're running so long of a train, we will for sure be driving the train over ourselves pretty much. So once we come out that first loop, you'll see our train off to the right, I believe it will be. Alright, give it some more throttle. We are now on Field Hill. Eastern Route Mainline videos. Sweet video, thank you. Really appreciate it. We've been going at it for about 2.5 hours now. We've made some good progress. Gone about 60 miles so far. Only got about another 30 miles to go. And we're just now coming up. We'll be at the spiral tunnels here soon, which is kind of the main focal point of this route. Do need some more throttle though. Now we're on the main gradient, 2.2%.
And P66, the first one's at St. Cloud, the second one's back to right.
We'll start slowing down here in a second. Pretty sure of it. Our accelerometer should be going yellow here. There we go. Okay, maybe not. And actually, I believe the way this train is set up, the lead locomotive should end up right at the DPU once we get out the spiral tunnels. Now, Wisconsin is a little bit longer between lead locomotives and DPU than it was the first time I ran this route, so we'll have to see, but it should be pretty close. Very slow portion of the route. It is most definitely not easier IRL. But the guys who do it IRL, they run this route every day. They don't run anywhere else on the CP main line. They don't let people run this particular piece of railroad without a lot of training and route learning first, because it is so dangerous. You know, if you're not trained, especially going downhill, uphill is not that bad. Uphill, you're just managing your speed, you know, putting the locomotive up a notch or down a notch to control your speed. But going downhill is crazy difficult. You have to understand how, you know, your slack is going to move based on your brake application. Keep from bunching up your train, and then of course trying to stop a runaway. Train handling skills are definitely a big deal on this route, and I mean, not too long ago, the 301 disaster, you had the runaway, and the crazy thing about that train is it was an emergency about right here. And as soon as they went to take the brake off, it was about negative 40 degrees C. And as soon as they took the brake off, the train started moving. And it derailed right here. No, about right here. And it was going, I think, about 60 miles an hour whenever it derailed. So that is insane. That's only about 3 miles. Now that was a several systems failure, and there's nothing that crew could have done to stop that other than to just not let that, not have had the crew before them did what they did. But pretty insane. Just goes to show how dangerous this route is. I think the Rocky Mountain Express goes through this route, so you wanted to. Of course, we have none of that equipment in game, but I like the more challenging routes in a way. Descending can be pretty fun if you have your train set up right. Frosty Airlines, welcome. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us, we're on the CPKC Lagan sub. Canadian Mountain Passes is the name of the route. We're on the updated version. Can't remember what it's called. I'm gonna look it up. See if I can pull it up here real quick. CPKC Columbia Mountains is the specific name of the route we're on. We are about to enter the spiral tunnels. mountain cutout right here. Definitely a custom asset.
CB8851
Weird
complete by
texture.
CST Static Switch heading, Static Switch heading in reverse position, clear track for number 2016-2016-1153-115
Nice little snow shed. You got the tripwires for avalanches. Not avalanches, rock slides. Oh, I guess it could be avalanches too in the winter.
The 7023 East reports at the CST Static Switch heading normal position by Brazil.
Man, Notch 6 is keeping us perfect right now. Right at 20 miles an hour. As much as I enjoy flying airplanes, this content still keeps me entertained. I mean, I used to be a train nerd, and I still am. Yeah, it doesn't really go away from you. But no, glad I could help keep you entertained here. Try to do some interesting content. Not a lot of train sim streams going on YouTube at any given point. And most of the ones that are on aren't the best quality. So trying to help change that a little bit. Get some decent content out there, and also do reviews and stuff like that. Haven't done a review in 4 years, but once they come out with the NS SD70ACU, I'll be doing a big review on all the ACUs. So looking forward to that.
7023 East is complete by the CST Static Switch heading here to track number 2018-2018-1205 1205 DJM, is that correct?
But I haven't got. I want to get Microsoft Flight Sim. That game looks so fun.
CST Static Switch heading, cool, okay.
Sports. I'll watch a little bit of football here and there. I'll watch LSU whenever it's that time of year. Just saw Jaden Daniels won the Heisman. And then professional bass fishing. Big into bass fishing, so a little bit different there. Haven't gone train watching for a while. Last time I went was for CPKC 01H. Yeah, I don't go rail fanning or train watching hardly ever. When 4014 came through my town, I went and saw that and chased it for a while. So UP 4014, got to see that one in person. That was really cool. The thing is huge. And then next year in the spring, I'll be seeing I'll be seeing 2816 whenever it comes through my town. That'll be cool. I cannot wait to see that one. Definitely getting to Flight Sim. I know the next Steam sale. The problem with getting into Flight Sim is you gotta get a joystick for it, and pedals, and along with the Flight Sim. So just getting into it's about $100, and I've already got expensive hobbies, so I'll see whenever Flight Sim goes on sale at the end of the year. I might get it. Because I've played around with some Flight Sims before. They're pretty fun, but I've never gotten big into it. And I like planes, man. Anything with engines, big loud engines, I'm all about. Yeah, you can fly with the keyboard and mouse, but it's not as fun as with the joystick. The joystick makes it a lot better. Oh yeah, and I do watch a lot of racing, and I do a lot of sim racing. So,
Alright, clear 2016.
as a matter of fact, I just bought a new wheel stand Friday. Should be here Tuesday, and I might stream some iRacing whenever I get that in and set up.
The 7023 East reports at the East CST Sonic Switch heading normal position by the
Streaming some Mazda Cup. And I bought some new tires and got a big rebate on that, so I got a $100 gift card coming in for that rebate. So can't really say anything because I have a competitor. Yeah, it's the only way to do it. If you're gonna do flight sim, which luckily you can get a decent set of yoke and a pedal and a pedal set for not that much. Like I know Thrustmaster makes some stuff that's not too expensive. That's kind of the whole deal. You know, if you're gonna, it's just not as fun with the controller. I've tried doing it with the controller. It's just not as enjoyable. But I want to get Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I want to try DCS, but DCS can get expensive really quickly. Right, here we are. Here's the main event. This is the Spiral Tunnel. We are entering into the first portal. For 122 bucks? Yeah, that's not bad at all. I say that. I spent $400 on a wheel and pedal set for sim racing. Oh, let's get some lights going.
Okay, 7023 East, go.
And to be honest, I would love to upgrade my I got a Thrustmaster T818 or a T128. No, definitely not the T8. Which one do I have? Where's the box at? I think it's the T248 is the one I got with the pedals and stuff. And I would love to upgrade to a Moza R12 direct drive, either an R9 or an R12 direct drive. And that's for the wheels and pedal for that. It's about $1,200. So that's not gonna happen anytime soon. Tried landing in the dark with an engine failure on VATSIM. Didn't go well. Yeah. Yeah, Flight Simulator, it takes a lot of skill, a lot of patience, a lot of learning in that. Learning how to actually handle a plane. It's mostly the landings that are the hard part. Here's the money shot. There it is. There's our DPU. We'll meet. How close are we? Yeah, you gotta wait a little while to get your license to fly there. Oh, this is perfect. I think I missed a good opportunity there, but there we go. Ah, shoot. So cool. Really interesting piece of railroading right there. Really interesting piece of engineering.
Alright, clear 2016, 1153.
Yeah, getting a real flying license is very, very, very expensive. Flying lessons are not cheap. Alright. There's doing that weird thing. Barely get a B plus in 8th grade math. Yeah, you're still a ways out on the flying a plane deal. Alright, we're gonna stall? Are we gonna stall? No, we're not gonna stall. Do not tell me we're gonna stall. Hey, look, there's our train over there. Do not stall. Dear God, do not stall. There we go. Whew. And that right there is the Kicking Horse River. Oh, we're at full power. We're giving her all she's got. About 115,000 pounds of tractive effort putting down to the rails right there. Once you get up to about 300,000 pounds, that's when you start popping couplers. We're picking up speed though, like. It'll do the same thing once we get almost all the way through the second tunnel. Turn the sand off.
CP7023 East is complete by the East CST Sonic. Switch at heading ears in track runner 2018-2018-1205, 1205. BJM, is that correct?
Almost stalled, but didn't. We're not even all the way through the tunnel. We're still overlapping. It's like once you get most of the way through the tunnel, it's like the curve. See, look, it's doing it again. Come on now. Put some sand down. The game does not like the spiral tunnels. There we go, gaining speed again. Come on, don't do this. There we go, gaining speed again. Let's see, what is our curve drag? 57,427 pounds. That's a lot.
Post 130.2. Train too slow. Repeat. The rail detector.
Red Frosty Airlines, you have a good one.
0.2.
Safe flight to you.
Slow.
Yeah, train too slow, I know. I'm trying here. Yeah, it does not look good for making it through the second tunnel, to be brutally honest with you. Gaining speed here again. Hopefully we can get up back close to holy shit, what was that? Oh my gosh. We've come too far to stall now. Speed. Alright, I think we're coming through the spiral tunnels now, so we should pick up enough speed to make it through the next tunnel. Man, this game does not like these tunnels. It doesn't do this on Tehachapi Pass either. I think it's because that's a lot wider spiral, a lot bigger loop. So it doesn't get the train all bound up like it does in this one. But once we make it through these tunnels, we should be fine. I just don't know how I feel about us actually making it through this second tunnel. It just doesn't look like it's gonna happen.
Okay, 7023 East, good.
Once we stop, the likelihood of us being able to get back started again is not gonna be high.
CP7023 East is complete by the ECST Sonic. Switch and heading here to track number 2018-2018-1205.
Come on, start picking up speed.
HAM, is that correct?
There we go.
ECST Sonic, switch heading. Oh, okay.
Alright, we're good. On to the next tunnel. I probably should stay in notch 8, but I don't know. I don't feel like speeding. Why does it say I'm speeding? I'm not speeding. As soon as we see the speed goes down, we need to be in notch 8 to make it through these tunnels. The unfortunate thing about the spiral tunnels in real life is there's really no way to film them. They're so far away from the highway and the forest is so thick, you can't really see the trains going through the tunnels. But I imagine it is quite the spectacle from the cab of these locomotives on the real thing. Which we should be about to exit the, I guess what would be the eastern portal? Eastbound portal? I don't know, something like that. Alright, and if we look down there, there's our train. Going through the tunnel. Switch to the conductor's side. We'll try to get a picture. Try to get a picture if we can get one. Ah, it's not really possible. Nah. The angles are wrong. We'll pretend we have a drone. That is so freaking cool, though.
CE Rail Detector Milepost 130.2. Train too slow.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I know that. Bit of an insult there, isn't it? Alright, so maybe it won't do it with this second tunnel.
CPKC, DNH dispatcher.
Yeah, it's not gonna freak out like it did before,
723 East Coast.
which is good. Like you're literally tying yourself into a pretzel. Pretty neat.
CP7023 East is complete by the ECST Sonic. Switch and heading here in track number 2018-2018-1205, 1205. DJM is exit right.
Okay, our DPU should be making it through the tunnel right now. Should be coming out the portal. Might already be out the portal. There it is. Alright. What the hell is that buzzing noise?
MC66, the first one's in St. Cloud, the second one's back and right.
What is that buzzing noise? AC on high is just too loud. That drives me nuts.
He's good on the top rail from the rear over.
Better than no AC at all, which is what the AC 4400 has. Which is realistic. The CPKC 4400s do not have ACs in them. I doubt you'll see them on the lead on any train in the south. And if they are in August, I pity the poor souls of that crew.
Alright, clear 2016 1153, carry.
And that should be the end of our train out the tunnel since we just got our FR comm back. Yep. If you've ever noticed, if you're running an EOT on these locomotives, anytime your EOT goes into a tunnel, you'll lose your FR comm signal, which is a really cool touch by the devs of this locomotive. now we're really on the home stretch. We got less than 20 miles to go. And once we get past, I think right here, no, right here, speed limit jumps up to 45 and then 50. So we'll make it to Eldon really quickly after that.
CPKC, DNH dispatcher.
We'll get ourselves up to 25 here.
7023.
Don't want to waste any time. Keeping about notch 7. We shouldn't need notch 8.
7023 East is complete by the ECST Sonic. Switch and heading gears in track number 2018 2018 1205 1205 BJM. Is that correct? ECST Sonic switch heading. Cool. Okay.
Right, gradient looks like it's gonna level off right here, and it's smooth sailing. I know we will have a slight downhill gradient, maybe not so slight downhill gradient, I can't remember, coming up here soon, so get to test out the dynamic brakes, get some train handling action. These things sound awesome, bruh. They sound so good. Grade's gonna be starting soon. I think once you get off this flat piece for a little bit, the grade will start right after you get off this flat piece.
23 East, go. CP7023 East is complete by the East CST Sonic. Switch antenna ears in track number 2018-2018-1205, 1205. BJM, is that correct?
Yeah, the cool part about this route is they give you signs when you start a big downhill grade. It'll say mountain grade starts here. So you know when you should kind of be off throttle based on whenever you see those signs. But I know there's at least a 1% downhill gradient up here somewhere. I can't remember if it's more than that though. Mountain in the background. Ah, crap. Oh man. I thought we went into penalty there. Eek. I thought I had missed the alerter and we had gone into penalty. Glad that was not the case. Very glad indeed. Then we will be getting Tennessee Pass in this game, set in the 40s and 50s. In the next, at some point next year, we'll be getting that. So that'll be fun to run the Rio Grande Challenger on. So I won't be running the rolling stock that it comes with. Man, I know there's a downhill grade at some point. I can't remember whenever it is. Be one of the very few steam era routes. What in the hell is this train doing? Stop! Stop stopping. What the hell? Why, train sim, are you the way that you are? What the hell? What is going on? Why are we slowing down? Should most definitely not be slowing down. Only a 1.2% gradient. Not that big a deal. This game, man, it's pretty wacky. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Do you see that? I guess all of a sudden a 1.6% gradient is impossible. I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. There we go. Now we're speeding back up. Watch, it's gonna pull us back again.
CP7023 East is complete by the East CST Sonic. Switch antenna ears in track number 2018-2018-1205,
Yeah, look at the accelerometer. What is that?
He's good on the top rail from the rear of it.
That is not just slack. That's some weird physics things going on.
CB8851 West, complete by the ECST Sonic switch and heading, Sonic switch heading in reverse position, you're clear, track for number 2016-2016-1153-1153.
Alright, we're now cresting the hill, getting on our little downhill section here. What does that say? Begin heavy grade.
Alright, clear 2016-1153.
Alright. We'll go ahead and get off the throttle, get us slowing down a little bit. We're going to start picking up speed here soon. We'll go ahead and just get our dynamic brakes and set up.
The 7023 East reports at the ECST Sonic switch and heading normal position by Acres and
We'll start picking up speed here soon. As soon as we'll start picking up speed, we'll put it into dynamic brake 1, and then gradually keep adding it as we pick up speed, which we're not going to pick up speed until the back end of the train is at least off that uphill section of track, and then we'll start picking up speed. So there we go. Picking up speed, we'll go dynamic brake 1, it'll start slowing us down. We're going to start pushing the train together. You see, once we have the train pushed together, it usually will start picking up speed again. So we'll go dynamic brake 2. And there we go, 1.8% gradient. Picking up speed. I don't think this is a particularly long grade, if I remember correctly. But you don't need a long grade to have a runaway. We're really picking up speed now. Do a little bit more dynamic brake, a little bit more dynamic brake. We're in dynamic brake 4. If we can't get the train under control at dynamic brake 4, we'll take a minimum reduction in brake pipe pressure. So we're still gaining speed. Go ahead. Take an air brake reduction, bail it off. As you can see, that's got the train maintaining speed pretty well. So from there, we can control the train speed by reducing our dynamic brakes a little bit. Let's see, we're gaining speed. Accelerometer's in the green, which we're up to a 35 mile per hour speed limit. You just want to be careful. You don't want to be going on these steep grades, going 35 miles an hour, and not have a not taking a little bit of brakes out, because the faster you go, the less effective your dynamic brakes are. So even though at 25 you can keep the train under control with the dynamic brakes, if you allow it to gain speed, you're going to lose effectiveness in the dynamic brakes. So, you know, on a 1.8% gradient, you're definitely going to have to take out some air to keep your train under control. And, you know, it's not just keeping the train under control, you have to keep your momentum under control. So you don't want to let your train gain too much speed unchecked, like I'm doing now. Going a little bit faster than I like. So. We'll go ahead and take out a little bit more air. bail it off.
He's good on the salt rail for the rear over.
Our train's under control now.
Team 8851 West, complete by the CST Sonic switch and heading east, Sonic switch heading reverse position and clear track for number 2016-2016-1150.
Heading a little bit off the dynamic brakes.
Alright, clear 2016-1153, carry.
The grade lightened up a little bit, so yeah, we can take off some more dynamic brakes.
The 7023 east reports at the east CST Sonic switch and heading home position by Alright, east Sonic switch and heading home position.
This grade ends, it really gets less steep about right here. Excuse me.
CPKC, DNH dispatcher read. Okay, 7023 east, go. CP7023 east is complete by the east CST Sonic switch and heading ears in track number 2018-2018-1205, 1205. BJM, is that correct? CST Sonic switch heading home, okay.
MP66, the first one's in St. Cloud, the second one's back and right. Over.
Go ahead and knock the air off.
080Y.
Didn't need that anymore. Gonna push the train together. We'll gain a little bit of speed, but dynamic brake should be able to control it. In heavy grade. Yep, we're good to go now.
He's good on the salt rail for the rear over. Well, here's that, thank you.
we're getting close here. We're about 10 miles out to our destination. And that was 90 miles. So right now we're sitting at about 80 miles that we've run so far today. It's taken us a while, taking us about 3 hours and 15 minutes there-ish, but everything ran good. We do not need these anymore. Give it a second. We'll throttle back up here. That train pulled out. We'll be clear up to 40, and then we'll have a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit coming up here soon. About 1,300 foot out on the 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. You can tell because I got my distance counter set up right there, counting down. Once the front end passes, once the rear end passes where the front end started with the counter, it'll tell me. It'll give me a beep, and we'll be clear to that speed limit. There we go. Yeah, we'll get up to 40 pretty quick. Oh yeah. The 50 speed limit should be coming up here very soon. Man, we're picking up speed pretty quick. I don't know why, but we are. Welcome, anybody who's just joining us. We are getting close to completing our run here to Eldon from Beaver's Mouth on the CPKC Columbian Mountain route. One little high-speed section to go. Didn't take us long to get there. When we do reach this 50-mile-per-hour speed limit, we'll get up to 50, and then as soon as we can see the signals going into the siding at Eldon will need to get on the brakes, on the dynamic brakes, to help get us slowed down to stop. How far out are we? 3,400 feet. I wish it were like the GEs where it would count down on your main screen, but these don't do that.
Alright, clear 2016, 1153.
But I think even on the GEs, it only counts down on the monitor you have the distance counter set up on, which I usually set them up on both monitors. This locomotive only allows you to do one. Ah. We're clear up to 50. Cooking now. Master rail photography. Geez, that cab squeak is excessive. Yes. Yes, it is. But this is apparently how these things are in real life. This is an ISO cab unit. Well, also fellow Louisiana. Alright, cool deal. Yeah, you're probably experiencing the same weather I experienced earlier. We had a bolt of lightning pretty close, and you could hear it very clearly through the microphone. It scared the hell out of me. Get a little run by outside. Run bys are always fun. You're from the southeast, yeah. It's going y'all's direction. For sure. We're still speeding up. Alright. We should probably go ahead and get on the dynamics. We're already not. We're already really not slowing down. 88 degrees, pretty hot for Canada. We really should consider getting woed up here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. It was pretty nasty here. I'm not sure how bad it's going to be over there. Oh yeah, it's it got worse. That is a nasty squall line. Hello. Alright. Let the dynamic brakes do their job. Yeah. Yeah, I don't we need the rain over here, so we'll take every bit of rain we can get right now. We've been in a terrible drought. Finally getting better though. How close are we? We're a mile, a little over a mile and a half out, so we're slowing down pretty good. Yeah, it was touch and go there for a second. I thought I'd lose power, but we made it, so wasn't too bad. That's our red signal up there.
7023 East Coast.
Yeah, we're not on the Clico power grid, so ours used to be really good. Like we used to never lose power before Hurricane Laura, and then after Laura, it's like once a week our power goes out. And we're on the Beauregard electric grid. They're pretty good. Well, usually it goes out. They got it back up in an hour, too. How far are we? About half a mile out. We'll do a minimum reduction.
084Y. Checking.
I was just more concerned. See, hopefully once it moves up to Meridian, Mississippi for the power grid. Yeah, you never know though.
And he's good on the salt rail for his career over. Well, here's that major
Won't have to worry about hurricanes as much, you know. So you got that going for you. I'd consider that a small win.
CB8851 west, complete by the east EST static switch and heading east static switch heading reverse positioning clear track mark number 2016
Alright.
201
Go ahead and shut that off. Looks like we're gonna try to stop short here. Add a little bit of power. Ah.
P7023 east towards at the east EST static switch and heading north position by Brzezinski.
Got a job with the railroad, I'm assuming. Alright. Wait. I'm guessing it's with CPKC. If I had to guess, since you'll be up in Meridian. Oh, Norfolk Southern. Gotcha. There we go. Guessing you'll be starting out as a conductor? Or what are you joining for? I can still get some local trackage.
7023 east.
Let's see, there we go.
P7023 east is complete by the east EST static switch and
There.
heading east.
Oh, it kicked me out. Yeah, it should be exciting. It's so crazy that in Louisiana you could literally work for any class 1 that operates in North America. Well, not North America, but any class 1 that operates in the United States and run in Louisiana. I mean, all of the class 1s operate here. Not a ton of states that can make that claim. Like Illinois might be one of them. You know, any of the Mississippi, any state connecting to the Mississippi might be able to stake that claim. But you know, Louisiana is definitely a special place to railroad. Yeah, like I see foreign power around here all the time. And I'm smack dab in the middle of Union Pacific, CPKC, and BNSF territory. UP line that runs through my hometown. BNSF has trackage rights too to get to their rail line. I think it's around here it's the UP Lake Charles sub, and then it turns into the BNSF, I believe what they call the Lafayette sub. Yes. Yeah, I'm around that area. And then, of course, CPKC is not far away. But to me, the CPKC, their Beaumont sub that runs from Shreveport to Beaumont, is the most interesting. They run kind of higher speed trains, shorter trains. Not as much variety in power as you see around here. But I mean, 90% of what you see around here is BNSF and Lake Charles. I mean, BNSF and Union Pacific. Yeah, DeQuincy's good. DeRitter's good. The cool thing about DeQuincy is you see a lot of you can see both Union Pacific and CPKC. You won't see a ton of Union Pacific, but you'll see a lot of CPKC. There's a main line that runs through DeQuincy. And then DeRitter, they usually go through at a pretty good lick through DeRitter. But I don't do a ton of like in-person rail fanning. I just don't have time for it. You know, I'd rather spend a day fishing than waiting for trains. Um, but I always keep an eye out whenever I'm around that area. Yeah, well, next year in April, I think 2816 is going to be out there. So it should go through DeQuincy. I believe that's the planned route, is it's going to be on the Beaumont sub. It should go through Shreveport, Leesville, DeQuincy, all the way to Beaumont, and then Port Arthur, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. On its way to Mexico. So I am definitely going to get out there and see that. I saw 4014 whenever it came through here. So I'm definitely going to go see 2816 whenever it goes through there. You only get to see stuff like that once in a lifetime. They never operate in that thing that far south again, so. Need my cursor back. Why does it always disappear after you finish a scenario? Where are you at? Yeah, no, it's always done that. For some reason. Or what it's gonna switch to. Ah! Alright. Get that open back up. Yeah, so that was 90 miles we went. Excuse me, in 3 hours. A pretty decent run. Let's see if I can pull this up. Hold on one second. Let's see. Add a source. Yeah, especially whenever you're trying to build a scenario, whenever you try to move a large consist, it's like almost every time. And then the physics like to bug out. Let's see. I gotta remember how to do this. Yeah, I don't get that. Try running your if you run your game in borderless window, you shouldn't have to alt tab out to get to anything. That's what I do. Now there may be some performance advantages to running it in bordered uh window mode. I don't or full screen mode is what it would be. But my game runs pretty good in borderless window. Yeah, try that. If you do that, you should just be able to open up the taskbar and get to everything from there. It shouldn't make your game crash. Let's see your game crash. See if I can find where that happened. Just getting it out there right now. After we left and we didn't. Where did the lightning strike happen? Still right on top of us weather-wise. Yeah. So weird. Let's see if I can find the clip from earlier today. Whatever the way it is. I know there's like way. I don't know it and sometimes you gotta fucking 50. That is hilarious. It's so loud on. It was. Alright, I found it. Let's see if I can pull this up on stream. It was funny as hell. Gotta figure out how to do this. Computer's not happy. That's not the one I want. See if I can. Minimize this stuff. And do. There we go. So this is from earlier today. See what OBS is on now. Okay, so this is from earlier today. It was. Where is it at? For some reason, it seems like my bit rate is really low. Where is it at? Come on, damn it. It was. I'm gonna rewatch that on my. Gonna be a short stream. We're only 40 minutes in. 100%. This is gonna be. That was loud. Here we go. There it is. That was earlier today. That was like right outside my window. That scared the shit out of me. That was loud. So that was the extent of it. That was pretty funny. Alright, well, we have completed the run that we were looking to do today. Not really planning on streaming anything else. For the rest of the night, because it's pretty late. But we had lots of viewers today. We got really close in views to what we got last stream. But had a lot more viewer interaction today, a lot more people in chat. Let's see. You can add me as a friend on Discord if you want. You have Discord? My Apple Watch is telling me what to do. Yeah, I figured. Let's see. How do I do this? Yeah. Let me figure out how to do this. Yeah, I think you can. I think there's a way you can send me a direct message on YouTube. Let's see. No, I don't have that feature anymore. Okay, thank you. Alright, did you get that? Alright, cool. Alright, cool. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that would be the best way to get in touch. See, and with that, so thank you everybody for watching. Appreciate everybody who liked, everybody who tuned in. Had a really good run tonight, really interesting run. A lot of viewer interactions, which I really like. A lot more people in chat tonight than I had last stream, which is extremely cool for me. It makes it kind of worth doing these live streams. Don't know when I'll be back doing another live stream. Like I said, I've got my wheel stand coming in Tuesday, So I might stream some iRacing now. I don't expect a lot of people to tune in for that, but like I said earlier, if I'm playing it, might as well stream it so that people can watch me be really bad in a Mazda Cup car. And you can all laugh at me and point. But other than that, I might do another stream next Saturday if I don't work. No, I worked last. iRacing is fun if you're good at it. No, it's funner when you're bad at it, let's be honest. I bought a wheel stand, a GT Omega wheel stand, Friday, and it should be in Tuesday, which I think I'll be able to improve my lap times with. Mainly because my pedals won't be moving all around the place. I'll actually be able to get like a semi-consistent brake pedal, which I really like. That and just keeping my not moving around a whole lot is going to help. But like I said, thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you everybody for liking the stream. Had 7 likes already at 102 views, which is better than we did last stream. I have a Thrustmaster T248, I think is what it is, right behind me. Say it on there. It's a T248. Pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, I went with that one because I saw some good reviews on it for the price, but to be honest with you, I haven't really been that happy with it. Mainly because it broke on me about 2 months after I got it, and I had to ship it to Canada to get it fixed. And that took about 4 months because they sent it back to me with a new problem where it wouldn't work at all. And then I had to ship it back to them. Took about another 2 months, and then they finally got it back to me fixed. Yeah, and I looked at getting a G920. But the T248 came with much better pedals for the same price. Now the 920 is going to be more reliable. Well, no, the 920 is a lot cheaper. Is it a lot cheaper? Yeah, it's quite a bit cheaper. It's about $100 cheaper. But the Thrustmaster came with a lot better pedals. And that's kind of the reason I went with it. But like I said, I had some problems with it. Once they sent it back to me, it kind of never really was the same. It still had the same power, but it wasn't quite as smooth as it was before. They had to replace the motor in it. But I'm hoping that at some point I want to upgrade to a Moza and either an R9 or an R12. Probably an R9. But that's a long way down the road because that's expensive. Moza R9 is let's see, R9 V2. Oh, cool! They changed the quick release bracket on these bundles. R9 Racing bundle. With the wheel, about $718, and oh, that doesn't even come with the freaking pedals. Oh, jeez, good lord. But that's probably what I'd go with whenever I do upgrade. Moza kind of has the best feel for the price that you get. It depends on how much money I make next year. How much are their pedals? Probably expensive. Yeah, they're expensive. They're Their actual pedal setup is $500, and their cheaper pedals are about 160 bucks. Isn't that bad, but it doesn't come with a clutch. You gotta buy the clutch separately. So it's 190 bucks for the pedals, which isn't too bad. But no, I went the cheaper wheel route, and I've gotten my use out of it. I'm still slow, but I feel like I could be faster. But at that point, if you're spending $1,000 on a reel, $1,000 on a wheel, you might as well build a whole setup, which you need a separate computer for. Yeah, so I think that's going to do it for me tonight. If you're still watching, thanks for watching all the way to the end. Very much appreciate it. If you can, go ahead and drop a subscription. I'm planning to do some more content once some more stuff comes out for Train Sim. So in the not too distant future, we should have the SD70ACU coming out, the NS SD70ACU, and whenever that comes out, I'll do a big ACU review with the CP and the NS ones, because whenever they come out with the NS SD70ACUs, they'll be dropping an update for the CP, the Canadian Pacific versions. So whenever that comes out, I'll be doing a review on all of those. And then kind of whatever comes out between then. Later next year, we should have the Smokebox 060 switcher engine. Yeah, I did not pre-order it, but Woody was in the stream. If you know who Woody is, he's the kind of head developer at Searchlight Simulations. He was in the stream. He was in the chat last stream, and he said they're hoping to have some stuff out here soon. He just said soon, or in the near future. But he didn't say what it was, but he said they're working on everything right now, just trying to get everything finished. I have a feeling NS SD70ACU is going to come out first, and then we'll probably see the AC4400. I hope, because just like everyone else, I've been waiting for that locomotive for a long time. I did not pre-order it though. Kind of glad I didn't. But hey, at least if you pre-ordered it, you'll get it the first day. I'll be getting it the first day, though. I'll be paying full price for it. But you never know. But anyway, thanks everybody for stopping by, like I said. Remember to hit that subscribe button and tune in to the next stream. I'll be doing another one next week at some point. Don't know when. I don't get off work till 6, so it'll always be later in the afternoon. But until next time, thank you guys for watching and tuning in, and I will see y'all in the next one.